Testing. 1, 2, 3. Does my mic work? I think we're live. Just kind of waiting for YouTube to catch up. There we go. Well, good morning, good morning. I'm starting earlier this morning than I normally do. We have a half day today, so I thought I would get started a little bit earlier. Kids are also out of school, so I don't have to get my daughter ready for the bus, which is kind of nice. I do have to grab coffee though, so I'll wait for some people to hop on here. And I'll go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. I was saying, good morning. Jay was, good morning. Well, so far this morning, I sat down here. This was kind of interesting. I don't have any news on my news list. Here, let's check out the news. Tells me that the next news event is average earnings at 1 a.m. But if I scroll down here, all we have are the WEF annual meetings. Nothing else today. But for whatever reason, maybe you guys know this, like why this happened, but we were just kind of chopping sideways here a little bit. We got this tick down kind of near that upper power zone, so I went short right there, right after I sat down to my desk. And I'm doing something different today as far as my take profit strategy. So I'm taking partials now. So I'm let me see if I can explain this. This might be kind of hard to explain to like how I'm calculating my total points. But I have this new little spreadsheet I put on the top of the screen now. And so I'm going in with 4 contracts, and I'm taking 2 off at 80 ticks. I'm taking 1 off at 125 ticks, and then I'm letting the last one run for a C delta exit. So when I jumped in here, I had a 80 tick stop, and I have these little templates set up so I could just change to 80 ticks right away. So 2 contracts came off right there. 1 contract came off right here, so that's 3. And then all in the same candle, it spiked up and it stopped me out right there at 80 ticks. So that's why if you look up here, it says 2 contracts at 80, 1 at 125, and -1 at 80. For a total points of 51 1/4. Anyway, so I'm going to try doing this for a week and see if I can improve my numbers. And the reason why I decided to make a change is because Friday ended up being my worst live stream as far as performance goes since I started live streaming. And when I was looking back at my numbers, I realized that a lot of the trades that I've been taking, they're winners, but I was just waiting for too big of a move. And so if I if I tightened up my targets, a lot of those would have been winners on Friday. And Friday actually would have been a great trading day had I done that. Had I done this on Friday, I would have been up like $1,800, something like that. So I figured if I could take my worst trading day and make it work for that, then this might actually be a good change. So we'll see. It's going to be an experiment. But when I have my numbers up there, people might question, like right now it says 51 points. Before, I would jump in a trade with 4 contracts, maybe 5 contracts, maybe 6. And I would be all in and all out. And so if I hit, 20 points, 30 points, whatever it was, I would just mark it down as whatever that was. So if I hit 30, I'd mark it down as 30 for 4 contracts. But with this is why this could get kind of confusing, because I'm tracking each contract individually and I'm adding all the points up. So at the end, that's why I said assuming 1 contract. So I'm trading 4 contracts, but from a point perspective, if you want to figure out how much money I'm actually making, you would take this 51.25 and multiply that out. And actually, I could show you that really quick here. So if I scroll down here, you'll see if I was trading micros, which I am trading micros today, that would be $102. So I'm up about $102. This does not account for the commissions, but you get a general idea. If I was trading middies, I'd be up $1,000 right now. So anyway, that's a little overview, I guess, of the changes I'm going to try to implement this week and see how it goes. So yeah, do you guys know what this 730 candle is all about? I know I'm kind of waiting for the Trump impact as well today. I thought it could be pretty good trading, but I don't know. I certainly don't know what that 7:30 a.m. candle was. He's sworn in around noon Eastern. Okay. Well, we got a tick up here. It's in the red zone. The delta's kind of strong, but I don't like taking these tick ups right under the delta. If it was above it, I might take it. So I'm just going to be patient and wait here. But so far, I mean, if we just look back at this last trade, I'm actually really happy with this. Because if I was doing what I normally do, I would have exited out completely right here on this tick up from the lower power zone. And when that happened, I would have got fully stopped out. So this new change has already saved me today, which is kind of nice. It's so weird because we were very bearish and we just abruptly kind of went bullish across the board here. I'll go ahead and flip these. Even the 15 looks like it's fallen back in line. Our ATR sitting at about a 61. Man, it was really choppy earlier. I was looking at all this chop here. I didn't realize it was getting ready for a giant move. And check out Bitcoin. Last night, Bitcoin was heading back down to 100K, and it turned its little butt around right here, right at 100K. I ended up sniping a couple decent entries on Ethereum and Aave last night. You can see my buy line right here. Came down. Was that same move down. Great entry on those. But as far as crypto goes, that's all I'm in right now is Ethereum and Aave. So I'm waiting for my bots to kind of kick in for some of these others. Well, let's look at this tick up under this rising delta. Let's see if we would have got a winner out of it. That's 80 ticks. So had I taken that, it would have taken 2 contracts off right at the end of that wick there. If I would have got it at the exact close of that candle. There's always a little bit of slippage in there, so I might not have got it exactly. So far, so good on that one. You know, with this change, I might actually be more inclined to take more trades like that. So we'll see. My targets are smaller. Yeah, looks like a little bit of a double top. I don't think I would short that though. That delta's still rising pretty nice. Looks fairly strong. It is a cold one here today. Looking at my watch right now, it is minus 15 outside. Degrees Fahrenheit. Raphael, good morning. It is a cold one, at least where I'm at. '30's not so bad. Minus 15 though, that's pretty darn cold. And that's real temp, that's not wind chill. I don't know what the wind chill is. Yeah, 30 in Houston, that is pretty cold. Pretty cold for Houston. Well, that delta is still looking pretty strong. It looks like it wants to keep pushing. Oh, wow. It's going to be 20. 20 is pretty cold, too. Let's see what the forecast is here. Overnight tonight, it's supposed to be minus 20. Real temp. The wind chill today, it's minus 25. Yeah, minus 20 over here tomorrow. We're in an extreme cold warning, it says. Dangerously cold wind chills as low as 41 below. Dang. Should have held gold, huh? What's going on with gold? I haven't even looked at it. Ooh, that was a nice dump. Wow. There's a nice lower high from that upper power zone right here with the delta really weak. Right there, that would have been a nice short. And if you're waiting for the delta cross, that doesn't happen until here. If you wait for the first high or low, exit would have been right here. Wait, where's the higher low? Yeah, right here. That would have been a good one. I was saying, according to 15-minute delta, that Long tick up in the 1 minute was a good entry point, I assume. You're talking about NQ, right? According to the 15-minute delta, that long tick up on the 1 minute. Are you looking at this one here at 743? This one, I was talking about potentially taking that, but I didn't because I typically don't like these entries right below the delta. I prefer that they tick up above a rising delta. So it's just a little more risky on that one, but it looks like it worked. The delta was really strong there though. So that's another thing. If you're looking at how strong the delta is, as long as it's got some thickness to it, when it ticks up like that, it's usually a pretty good trade. I was saying earlier that with my new take profit method, I might be more inclined to take more of these trades now since I'm looking at shorter targets. So if I would have gone for 80 ticks, I definitely would have got that. And 125, definitely would have got that. And then I'd have one runner on here waiting for a C delta exit. So that definitely would have worked out. Delta's still looking really strong. Strong on the 3, strong on the 5. 15's kicking into gear. The 1's looking really strong. Kind of makes me just want to jump in, but that's always a bad idea when I do that. Well, the market closes early today. I have to get my daughter over to hockey practice around the same time, so I'm gonna have to take off probably a little bit earlier than the market close. I think it's supposed to close at 12 Eastern. So I might have to head out at probably 11:40, something like that. Yeah, Hossein, according to the higher time frames, it's definitely definitely want to go long. It's just a matter of getting your timing right. If your timing's wrong, you can get run over. It's usually pretty safe to try to get in on the 8 if you're trying to jump on a moving train. No, you're doing fine. It's like we got the previous week high sitting here at 21,680. We are still pumping here. Wow. Here's the hourly. XRP. I just got an alert on XRP. Oh. XRP looks like it's gearing up for a move too. Everything is. Let's see how Trump coin is doing today. Anybody get on the Trump coin? I don't know why my indicators are not working on this one. Trump USD. Is Kraken in? Yes, Kraken's in here now. I went ahead and I put a bot together yesterday on Trump since Kraken listed it, but the chart was not available on Kraken yet. I mean, in TradingView for Kraken. So I ended up using this MEXC chart. Anyway, so I got a bot set up for this now. This run up right here was 187%. But then it went and it decided to fall by, looks like 53, 54%, something like that. So I feel sorry for whoever jumped in at the top there. NQ still marching up here. It would be nice if it would give me somewhat of an entry signal. Looks like the 8 still would have worked here, 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 potentially here. Schroden, 400. What's 400? Oh, subs. Cool. I didn't even notice that. We have reached 400 subscribers. Still small potatoes in the YouTube space, but I'll take it. Thank you. All right, we got our first sign of potentially a little bit of a pullback here. We got a tick down underneath that delta. Delta's starting to turn negative. But the higher time frames are so strong, I don't know if you'd want to short this. And it's not quite a delta squeeze setup. It's almost a delta squeeze. We didn't have a negative slope on that delta yet. See if it pulls back to a previous week high and potentially tries to make another run. I am curious though, would my new method work here? When that tick down under the delta has not hit 80 ticks yet. Got about 20 minutes until the real open. Still want to know what happened there at 7:30 today. There's no news, but she went a little crazy. We do have a negative sloping delta now. We are getting a little bit of a delta squeeze here. think I'm going to maybe maybe give it a shot here for a little short. All right, I am short. From 686.50. All right, first target. It's at 80 ticks. Jawa says maybe no real news for the pump means a dump. Maybe. All right, first target hit. Now I'm going for the second target. So that's 2 contracts at 80. Nice, Jawas. Looks like we tag team that one, huh? I got 2 contracts left. Start to tick up from that lower power zone. If we close this way, I'm gonna pull it. And I'm out. So for the other 2 contracts, looks like that's 17.5 points. So let's see here. 17.5. 2 contracts, 17.5. So that's another 35. 2 contracts, 35 points. Not bad, not bad. So we did tick up from that lower power zone, and I could have went long there. I did not. I know the delta did not cross under the confirmation line yet, but it looked like it was about to. And in those situations, I kind of rather wait for a higher low on the signal. I have a feeling it still would end up working though. Let's see here. So here's the tick up. That's when we exited the last one. And yeah, sure enough, looks like it would have been a goodie. Yeah, that one probably would have been pretty nice right here. It's definitely got the 80. It's closed in on my 125 now. I would have got my second target. JWA says, with Trump being sworn in, I feel like this pump is related. Its futures going up. Stock market will like. I would agree with that. Yeah, I think at 7:30, everybody just turned on their Trump pump algorithms. I think that's what happened. Looked like it was all scheduled. It was right when that 7:30 candle opened, it started going crazy. Are stocks really close today? Yeah, will there really be an open in 5 minutes? I don't know. I'm assuming so. I'm assuming a lot of the futures algorithms will at least kick in. It's a good question. You went long on that tick up and you stopped out? How did you stop out of break even? Oh, because we had that down close candle after that. Yeah, I know. In hindsight, I'm kicking myself for not taking that too. Um, and, with my new method, I think I should get a little bit more risky and start taking more of those. Since my targets are a lot tighter. I don't know. I'm still trying to feel out this new take profit method. We'll see how today goes and the rest of the week. But I suppose it could change the way I look at my entries a little bit. Another way to look at this is that when it looked like the delta was about to cross under, we still had a overall positive slope on that confirmation line. So any power zone tick ups in that scenario should be decent, at least for a small target. I probably should have taken that. Got about 45 seconds until we find out if there's a real open or not. Ten seconds. And we're open. Putting in a little bit of a lower high on that signal now. Delta still fairly strong. She's got that long energy right now, huh? Yeah, we are in full bull across the board. Just looking for a good entry. You know what'll be interesting is if the first half hour is actually smoother than normal since we don't have the stock market open. Might be easier to trade. Starting to get a little bit of FOMO here. I really want to just jump in along, but I know that's a bad idea. There's always the 8. But I'll be patient. I'll wait. Well, that 8 looks like would have been a good entry. Yep. I know, that's always a bad feeling, huh? You had it hooked and got away from you. Those break evens. You know what? That's actually another thing that I'm going to try not to do this week. Since break evens typically hurt me more than they help me because it'll stop me out and then it just goes. So I'm going to try to not use a break even and just use the C delta for my exit if I have to. So if you guys hear me say I'm moving my stop to break even, yell at me. Brad Handy, are you actually taking trades? Yes. I'm waiting to take a trade right now. But I do have 2 trades in for the day already. All right, we put in another lower high on the signal. We do have the delta starting to round over a little bit. It's tapering down. Bulls trying to step it back up here. Delta starting to get a little thicker now. Did you short that, JWaz? The 3 and the 5 minute are still pretty darn strong. Probably don't want to trade against those. Fifteen's got a lot of strength in it too. Looks like we're heading up to that pivot line at 21,780. Still making new highs for the day. And it looks like our 15-minute range has been established. Coming up with a second lower high on the signal. A little bit of bearish divergence there. Our ATR is sitting at a 53 right now. It's kind of in the sweet spot. Brad, so far I like it too. It'll be interesting to see how the week goes. You know, I've always been more of a all in, all out type of guy. I've experimented a little bit in the past with scaling out, and at the time I didn't really care for it too much. My numbers were better just all in, all out. But I don't know. I'm going to give it another chance here. After Friday, Friday was my biggest losing day since I started streaming. Started streaming in November, and so I figured, you know, it's probably time for a little bit of a change with my take profit strategy. Because a lot of the trades I got into, they would have been winners had I just been looking for smaller targets. Yes, it was a tough week last week. Thursday and Friday in particular were tough for me. Thursday, I had a comeback at the end of the day, but you know, without that comeback, without that big trade at the end of the day, I would have been screwed. Still have the delta just kind of hanging out in the upper power zone there. Could be going into more of a sustained uptrend. You know, if the delta, if you see it hanging out in that upper power zone, it could stay up there all day long. And if it does, you do not want to trade against it. You want to look for your entry points that go with the flow. But I think it's a little early to say whether or not we're in a sustained uptrend or not. We do have the delta starting to get negative here. Looks like it is going to potentially cross under the confirmation line. The bulls do seem strong, though, don't they? Looks like we might be getting a little bit of a bull flag breakout here. Delta looks pretty weak. Still just kind of hanging out in that upper power zone, though. ETR dropping off a little bit. I hope we actually put in some good moves here and don't just go into like a consolidation phase. That would kind of suck. Looks like we got the delta crossing under that confirmation line, so I'm going to start turning bearish here pretty soon. Got the 9 o'clock hourly candle. It's going to turn over in about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, it would have been cool if we got more of a delta squeeze in that situation there, but we didn't. We have a little bit of a speed bump right here. It didn't quite tick up and tick down, though, but it's almost the same thing. So, you know, a lot of times when you see that little speed bump, you can short those too. I would have had you in right here. Looks like you would have hit 80 ticks on it. Working towards my next target. See what gold's up to. Not a whole lot after that drop. So again, I did not take this trade. I'm just trying to see if it would, if I did take it, it would hit my target. Exactly, JWAS. Exactly. JWAS says the difference between this signal line tick up, or this signal line dip, and the previous is that the conf line is flat and squeezing now. I assume you're talking about this tick up from that lower power zone. Is that what you're talking about? Or no? Or are you talking about the delta squeeze? Yeah, over here it was good because it was early in the move. The confirmation line is still headed up. Now we got the delta crossing under the confirmation line. So at that point, I turned bearish, and now I'm looking for shorts. We do got the 9 o'clock candle in now. So we could see the trend change with the hourly flip. Right. Any power zone tick up when that delta's fallen under like that, especially from that upper power zone when it's squeezing together, it's kind of it's a low quality setup. Sometimes it works, but like here, it's like it tried to dip right after that. Might have got stopped out. Let's see. Here's the tick up. Yeah, that would have hit my 80 tick stop. On the 3-minute, we're starting to see some exhaustion now. Nice. Looks like my Aave trade is up about 16%. I don't know what's going on with this, with the Trump chart. It's all messed up. I'm going to add the Kraken one, though. Trump USD, because that's the one I should be on. That one's all messed up, too. I don't know. I'm going to have to move my... I got a bot configured on this MEXC chart. I'm going to have to move it over to the Kraken one later. Here comes a deeper tick up from that lower power zone. This one might be a decent long. Potentially. If you're still long biased. Might go ahead and give this one a shot on the 8. Keep in mind, I am overall, I'm still short biased though. So if I get a short setup, I'm going to flip. If I get tagged in. All right, I just got tagged in there. And add 21,732. Looks like it's going to want to make me pay on this one. Come on, Bulls. Push her back up there. There we go. Got to get back over that 20. Delta starting to flash positive now. That's a positive sign. We are ticking down. I am underwater a little bit, so I'm going to pull the plug if we close here. And I'm out. Looks like I lost 1.5 points on that one. That's with all 4 contracts, so that ends up being 1.5. So that's another minus 6. So here, I'll let you guys see what I'm doing here. So that's minus 4 contracts for a total of minus 6 points. Like I said earlier, my bias is bearish, so I knew I was kind of taking a risk trying to go long there. I still don't see a good short setup, though. I wanted to see the signal pull up here and tick down somewhere. That's my short. But we haven't seen it yet. Starting to break out of the bottom of that 15-minute range. We got the session VWAP here at 692.50. We got the standard VWAP down at 638. We do have a little bit of bullish divergence forming here too. Got higher low on the signal, lower low on the price. So is that just a fake out for the bears there? It's starting to look like it. The delta is positive. Still short bias though. Still got that delta heading down. put in a lower high on the signal from the green zone. That is a potential short if the bears really want to do it. Got some momentum pouring into that delta now. Still not an ideal short setup. It might work, but it's not ideal. Just tapped that session VWAP there. Getting a little bit of a reaction on it. We do got a nice hammer candle there with the tick up from this lower power zone. The delta still looks relatively weak. Like there's not a whole lot of momentum to the downside, so the longs might have a shot here. I'm still going to wait personally for a short setup. Back down to the session VWAP. And it is rejecting off that 15-minute range. There's still not a clean entry for me, though. Almost back down to the previous week high. Got the 200 EMA sitting right under that. Also just put in another lower high on the signal. Back down to previous week high. Closing in on that 200. Just keeps grinding lower. Got today's trash day. I don't know if they'll be picking up trash today, but I'm asking my son to take the cans down to the street. Still just kind of grinded down here. You know, there's not really a proper pullback in any of this. It's just very grindy. Schroden, okay, I thought at first trash day was your nickname for today's trading day. It is kind of trashy, isn't it? It feels like there's not a whole lot going on. There's trades in here. But I'm trying to hold out for the better ones. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. You know, this new method kind of saved me today, especially with this first trade of the day. In one candle, took 2 contracts off at 80 ticks right here. Took another contract off at 125 right here. And then my 4th contract, I stopped out all in one candle. So that 4th one was minus 20. But in situations like that, I mean, that's proof that smaller targets can pay. But with my old strategy, I would have had a full stop here. All 4 contracts would have got stopped out. Because I would have waited for this tick up from the power zone. And that wicked all the way up here. So I definitely would have got stopped out on those. Schroden, sorry I came on a few minutes late and didn't get a chance to review. What's your new strat? Take profit. Well, I'm trying an experiment this week. So I was explaining earlier that Friday ended up being my worst day since I started streaming. And when I went back and I looked at all the numbers, it looked like a lot of those trades that I was in actually would have been winners had I had a smaller take profit. And I've seen that a lot. So I thought, you know, maybe I need to revisit that. And so this weekend I went back and I set up a different take profit strategy. You know, usually I'm all in and all out, but instead what I'm experimenting with this week is, here, let me turn this on. I'm going in with 4 contracts. So before I would have went in with like 4, 5, maybe 6 contracts. But I'd be all in and then all out. But today I'm going in with 4. I'm taking 2 off at 80 ticks. I'm taking 1 off at 125. And then I'm leaving a runner on for a C delta exit. And so if it really wants to run, I still have a runner on there that I can, you know, take off when the C delta tells me to take it off. But I think just by having the smaller targets, I think it's going to help, you know, because a lot of those trades would have been winners on Friday, like I said, had I had a smaller TP. So what I'm doing is I'm tracking, what it does is it makes it more difficult to show my P&L and points because I'm not just all in and all out. So before, if I would have, say, gone in with 4 contracts and I made 20 points, my P&L would say 20. But today, I'm tracking it on a contract by contract level because I'm basically doing partials. So that's why I wasn't really sure how to display that. So that's why at the end here, I just said assuming 1 contract. So once you work it all out on a contract by contract level, what I made today is 120 points so far, assuming that it's 1 contract, if that makes sense. I know it's kind of hard to explain, but so you could take 120 times, what is it, $2 a point if you're trading micros. And so here, if I scroll down, you can see what that would look like. So if you're trading micros, I'm up $240. If I was trading minis, I'd be up $2,400. So I'll try it out this week. We'll see how it goes. I still might go back to my other method, but so far, so good. 1 second. My dog wants it inside. It's still minus 14 outside, so I don't know why she wants to go outside. But if she wants to freeze, I guess that's up to her. But yeah, my thinking around this new method is it's a hybrid approach. It still allows me to take profit when the cumulative delta tells me to. If it really wants to run, I kind of, it satisfies that part of my brain where I can let it run and still, take the last one off there. But then I get to lock in some profit at the beginning, which I think is going to help. It's cold outside. You might want a jacket. My son's going outside with a t-shirt on. It's minus 14. 3-minute tick up from power zone on a tapering delta. If that locks in there, it could be a long. It's not an ideal long just because you have the delta crossing under the confirmation line. So if you're waiting for like the best setups, I would still probably sit on your hands. But if you're feeling a little risky, you could take that one. We did just put in a higher low in the power zone with this delta is, do you see how thin it is? And it's positive on the 1. Just because of that fact, this long might end up working out pretty well. I don't know, it might be worth a shot. We do have a little bit of a broadening formation here, which can kind of throw off a lot of people. We're making higher highs and lower lows all at the same time. One second, I'll be right back. Supposed to what? Yeah. Okay. How are we doing? Still not looking great, huh? Not for long. We got chop setting in here on the Delta, which is no fun. That's risky to trade. Keep in mind, overall, we are bearish until this Delta gets back above that confirmation line. So if you want to stay on the right side of things, we should be looking for shorts. And the 3-minute is now officially bearish. Still got VWAP sitting down here that might just be waiting to get hit. 643.50. Well, I thought that with today being inauguration day, I thought we would be seeing a little bit better moves than we're seeing. The market's just kind of fizzling out, it feels like. BTC selling off. Yeah, a little bit. Still got a nice strong rising delta though. My guess is it's going to put in a little bit of a bull flag here. Maybe move up some more. We're getting a tick up above the delta, but the delta is not really rising. It's still kind of falling. My guess is that it's going to at least want to come down and hit this order block first. And then if we get past that, let's see, what else we got here? Got the daily open down here at 601. In about 3 minutes, the 5-minute is going to be officially bearish. And looks like we just hit that order block. Took out that swing low on the broadening formation. You know, a lot of times on these half days, oh, now she's moving down. Now we're hitting VWAP. I was going to say a lot of times on these half days, you'll see a lot of chop for the majority of the morning, and then the last half hour or so, you'll see more movement step back in. Oh, excuse me. What's that, Jay-Waz? Oh, is that the inauguration? Wait, what's going on? The 60th inaugural ceremonies at the U.S. Capitol. Well, you know, it sure would have been nice if it gave us more of a entry for this, but it's just kind of, there's not a, I mean, you could have shorted this one right here, but it's still not ideal. We're just starting to print some chop. It's in the green zone. Would have worked. 938. Here's that low quality entry, but it looks like it worked really well. You would have got the 80. There's the 125. See if we find any support on VWAP. Got the presidential motorcade arriving. I'm watching your link, Jawaz. You know, that might have been a decent long, this tick up from the power zone after it touched VWAP. It's kind of an extreme point. Would have been right here. Let's see if that one would have worked. You did get a higher low on the 3-minute from that lower power zone. That would have been a better long entry. Let's see what that looks like on the 3. That would have been in about 668.75, something like that. Now on the 1, after hitting VWAP, this tick up definitely would have hit 80 ticks. Let's see if it can get 125. Got that session VWAP back up there right next to the 200. Sitting about 692. All right, this is the first tick down that we've been flashing from the red zone since we went into this little downtrend. But I think by this point it might be a little too late. We got a rising delta and still a falling confirmation line. So there's a little discrepancy here. This is where you can run into some turbulence. No, I'm not in a long. I'm just simulating this one. I was looking at what after it came down and touched VWAP right here. Usually if you take the tick up after that, which is right here in that lower power zone at 946. I didn't take it, but I'm simulating had I taken that, how would I have done? So far I would have taken 2 contracts off. I'd be waiting for my second target, which is up there by that anchored VWAP. Yeah, just simulating. This is a little bit of a bull flag breakout here. And looks like we just tapped the session VWAP and the 50. Looks like it would have reached my second target there. So had I taken that, I would have one runner left at the moment. Just in, Nancy Pelosi files new stock trades ahead of President Trump's inauguration. You'll have the signal heading up here towards that upper power zone. And we just took out the red line, which is with my old method, that would have been my primary target for all contracts. So it looks like Nancy Pelosi sold some Apple. She purchased some call options on VST, some call options on TEM, NVIDIA, Google, and Amazon. Those were traded January 14th. We got that delta closing in on that confirmation line. It's about to cross here. We're about to turn bullish again on the 1. We got the delta starting to turn back up on the 3. But overall, we're just kind of flat, you know. Delta's under the confirmation line on the 3, but we got, you know, if you're looking at the confirmation line slope, it's basically flat on the 3. It's essentially flat. I mean, a little bit of a negative slope on the 5, but it's essentially flat. Same thing on the 15. So I do not see an entry yet. Still waiting. I'm going to go get a refill. We'll be right back. And for any newcomers, the Tommy steps away algo should kick in now. That's funny. It's funny how that always happens. Jason Richardson, morning. The market is, well, it's not all that exciting. Let's put it that way. It's kind of flat. It's kind of put in some moves. There's not a whole lot of conviction behind the delta on these moves. It's really thin. So it's you're kind of playing with thin ice by trading a thin delta, but we're still doing pretty good on the day. JWaz says it's junk. It's not great, that's for sure. We did just put in a lower high from that upper power zone. That could be a short. I would feel better about that if it actually touched that order block first, though. Me too, JWaz. Me too. Yeah, you know, we were thinking it was going to be closed too, and then I saw yesterday that it was a half day. So apparently it closes at 1 p.m. Eastern. So I thought, you know, might as well try to trade it, stream it. We did just hit that order block. So we'll see if we put in another lower high, potentially. All right, starting to put in a lower high with a weak delta. It is at a fine point. It is orange. So I think I'm going to give this a shot for a short. And I am short. Looks like I am short from 693. 693.06 on average, but looks like I have to go with 693. Looks like I would have been better off trying to enter on the 8. Looks like I might end up losing this one, putting in another stupid broadening formation. Little mini guy right here. These things are easy to get stopped out with. And I am going against the confirmation line. As you can see, the delta is above it, so I knew it was a little risky trying to short that. Of course, I'd pay the price for it. So if we tick up here, I got to pull the plug. And I'm out. So that one looks like was 10 3/4. So that was all 4 contracts. 10.75. It's going to be minus 49. So I'm going to move this to 8 contracts. And now this is going to be a minus 49 points. Still walking on thin ice with this thin spotty delta. No.
His parents are home.
We'll talk about it later. I'm on stream right now. No, she didn't. She's working.
No, like yesterday. Like she could do it again.
No.
What do you mean no?
I said no.
Why no?
Because I said.
You don't have a reason.
Yes, I do.
What's the reason?
We'll talk about it later.
What's the reason?
Out. Still just kind of chopping sideways here. That thin, nasty looking delta. We are sitting on top of that anchored VWAP, on top of the 20, on top of the 50. So it is somewhat bullish here. But if you look at the delta, the bulls are just not anywhere in sight. We've put in 1, 2, 3, 4 lower highs on the signal with a flat delta. You'd think it would, if it was going to go down, it would have went down by now. Yeah, this is really risky to try to trade this. Well, we just took out this target, a little swing high. Looks like the delta is starting to turn up a little bit here. Still no great setups though. Just kind of nasty. Yeah, I've squeaked out a little bit of profit today. I can't complain too much. Got another tick down from the upper power zone. But again, Delta's on the top side of the confirmation line, so we should be looking for longs. No good long setups yet. Looks like we're starting to turn back down here after taking out that target. Delta starting to turn negative again. More chop. ATR is fairly low right now. It's at like a 33. It's not really, it's not great trading. The 1030 candle is about to kick in a couple minutes, so maybe that'll start to move the market again. Starting to put in another lower high. Man, this is choppy. With a rising delta, barely rising. Yeah, it is weird that the market's not doing anything today. I thought it would be moving pretty good. JWA says, how long are they going to make these poor people in the rotunda stand up before anything happens? I know, it looks kind of painful. Hey, I saw Hillary Clinton's there. And I think I saw Bill in the background too. I thought they would probably want to skip out on this one. Only Obama, not Michelle? Really? Jill Biden only. Where's Joe? Kamala's working on her book deal. Yeah, probably. Well, we are moving up here, but at a turtle's pace. Got a decent slope on the delta, but it's so thin. Yeah, I saw that Joe pardoned Fauci and everybody else. Yeah, he pardoned Fauci and the entire January 6th committee. Got a little bit more bearish divergence setting in here. Delta's negative, but it's heading up. Well, that's usually a leading indicator. Well, the Delta's getting a little bit of life back into it. I don't want to go long. I'm going to throw a limit order in there. See if I can snag one. Oh, there's Joe. He made it. Bill's doing the slow clap. Oh, looks like Kamala's there too. Ellie, it's too cold. You don't want to go outside. It's warming up a little. It's only -9 now. Hmm. You really want to go outside? All right. Well, I got a limit order sitting there and I still couldn't snag one. Dry water, yeah, that sucks. You're up 1K and lost it. It's easy to lose it when this delta's thin. So in those situations, if you're trying to force a trade, it's better to kind of put limit orders on little support blocks. Like I'm trying to grab one right here. If I can get wicked in. But I don't know. I mean, now Delta's still headed up. It's super thin. I feel like I'm kind of playing with fire here by trying to get tagged in. All right, I'm in. If this is not a wick, then I am pulling the plug. All right, so far so good. Maybe not for long. That delta is looking really weak. Still headed up though. Yeah, is it going to make me pay now? All right, get back above that 20 or I'm pulling the plug. I'm out. Not messing around with that. So lost 1 1/4 on that one. $1 1/4. So that's 4 contracts at $1 1/4. That brings this number to minus 12 contracts. And this number to a minus 54. Too weak. Schroden, what tool is that little spreadsheet you use? It's just Google Sheets. I put some formulas in there yesterday just to make it a little bit easier to add my numbers together. I didn't want it taking up a whole lot of space on the screen, so I set up a couple little views here in the streaming software, which allows me to show the larger view, but I'd rather have the chart on there. So I have a little smaller view with just the overall total P&L. Yeah, the streaming software allows me to do that. Um, with this streaming software, you can basically take any application or any window, and you can zoom in onto like just one little portion of it, and so then you can set they call it a scene. So I have a scene for my large P&L and a different scene for my small. And then when I want to flip back and forth, I just click a button. Just kind of cool. And if I want to scroll through it, so even though it's small right now, I can scroll down and you can see, like with micros, it's 144 bucks. If I was trading minis, it'd be $1,400. Kind of cool. All right, price is trying to push up again. Still got that nasty thin delta. But as you guys know, when we have this steep slope on the delta, even when it's thin, it's usually a leading indicator where price is going to eventually go. So like this tick up here could have been a decent entry right here. I did not take that one, but we can simulate it. It's funny that all the ones that I'm simulating today are nice winners, and the ones I'm actually taking are not doing as well. Let me go check on the dog. Be right back. There's another dog outside. I don't know whose it is. I just got a text message from the neighbor. It's cold out there, so Looks like price is still moving up a little here. Still pretty uneventful though. Looks like our leading indicator has done it again. Looks like I should have just jumped in that trade. I still don't know exactly how it does that, where the delta's negative, but it's still heading up. But I'm not going to question it too much. All I know is it works pretty darn well, so I should have taken that trade. Yeah, Schroden. It is some kind of divergence, I guess. Not really sure what it's diverging on, but let's see how far that one ran. Looks like that one ran 58 ticks. Now we're heading back down. Maybe temporarily. One second. The neighbor's in the front yard. All right. Doggy crisis averted. One of the neighbors went out and grabbed the other neighbor's dog and is trying to walk him down the street. It's a bunch of religious talk at the podium. Joe looks like he's going to fall asleep. Yeah, we are putting in a little bit of a tick up in the green zone. It's not the red zone, but I don't know. This one looks different. We got that negative delta kind of starting to roll over here. It's getting some steam back in that delta. What are we going to do here? Actually looks pretty bearish at the moment. Was all that just a bunch of accumulation for a move down? We put in a lower high on the 3, which is on the 3-minute. That's a short. Still got a weak delta there. Yeah, Jay-Waz, I think that is more of just tradition. I feel like half of those people are not God-fearing people in the first place, but I think they go along with it for tradition. Well, we did barely take out this little swing low over here from our broadening formation. We're back to the anchored VWAP. It does look like it wants to head down, though. If you look at the 5-minute, we also got a short here at 10:55. Here's the 3-minute. That looks like a short on the 3. However, the delta still is above this rising confirmation line. So from just a 1 minute perspective, that's a long down here in that lower power zone. I'm more interested in the short setup here though, if we get one. What a boring day so far. Looks like that power zone tick up still would have worked. Keep passing up all the good ones. That's where that one was. Right off that anchored VWAP at 11 a.m. Like I said, I think I'm still kind of more interested in a short here. If we can get the setup, we might not even get it. The longs could just take back over. Delta still looks really heavy. We get a tick down here in the green zone. I mean, you could try to short that, but it does come with more risk because it's in the green zone. But we're just not getting any other setups here. I'm going to attempt it. I'm short. I kind of feel like I might be forcing a trade here, but 21, 699, 18 is my average. So I'll say 25. I know I'm kind of playing with fire here. If this thing ticks up, it'll be a loss. So hopefully the bears can push it. There you go, bears. There you go. Keep pushing it. Starting to put in that higher low here, so still might turn into be a little bit of a loss. Unless the bears can continue pushing. Got about 10 seconds here. Come on, push her back down. And out. That was a break even. Trump's at the podium. Wonder if that'll do anything to the price. That is the first higher low in the lower power zone, which in many cases is a long. I probably should take that one. Let's see if I can snag along. I should have probably just flipped right when I pulled it on the last one. I do like taking the first higher low from a power zone. And that delta is positive at the moment, but we're still relatively flat. We are getting a tick up on the 3. And I just got tagged in there. We'll see if I regret that one. I am in at 21,699.75. Delta is negative. We are ticking down in the green zone. See if the bulls can pull it back up. Still no tick down yet. And I'm out. We did tick down there, another tiny loss. Looks like 1.75 points. So let's see. 4 contracts, 1.75 points. That brings contracts to minus 16 and the points to minus 61. Still looking short here. Still not a great setup though. It's generally a bad idea when I feel like I'm starting to force things. So I'll just be patient. We might not even get a good setup before I have to leave here. And if that's the case, so be it. Good to hear it, Schroden. Schroden says, I love the early exits this strat provides. Cutting losses short has helped my P&L immensely this past week. Well, and I, you hear me say that a lot. I think losing or learning how to lose small is really the key to this whole game. It's not really about your wins, it's about how you lose. And if you can keep your losers small and let your winners go, that combination is definitely key. That's why I don't really care about win rate, because, like, yes, that was a loss there, but it's such a tiny loss that it doesn't really matter in the large scheme of things. In the cumulative delta, for the most part, as long as the price is moving, if you're following those tick ups and tick downs, usually if you lose on them, it's going to be somewhat of a small loss or break even. That's what I really like about it. Now, when the price is really flying, it's really easy to get stopped out at a full loss, but I try to prevent that as much as possible. Here we are putting in our second higher low from the lower power zone. Could be long, but I'm still waiting for a better setup. Schroden 3, 5, and 15 are all heavy. Yes. 15, yes. That is short on the 15. That's a little bit of a delta squeeze there. On the 5, we are starting to roll over with a tick down from the upper power zone. That's I'm going to go ahead and flip that to bearish on the 5. I'm going to go ahead and flip the 15 to bearish. And on the 3, definitely. So yes, we are feeling heavy. I'm still waiting for a short. I'm just not really getting a good entry. There's, you can take the, like right now, we're starting to put in a lower high from, with a weak delta. That could be a good short. It's a little bit more risky when you're down near that power zone, but sometimes it's worth the risk. I went ahead and gave it a shot. I'm short. Now it's going to make me pay. 21,692.50. Ah, yes. That's going to make me pay, isn't it? And that's why I said it's a little more risky near that power zone. This is our third higher low that we're trying to put in here. The delta is positive. We are ticking up on the 3 from that lower power zone as well. So this actually could be a flip here. I went ahead and gave it a shot, so I flipped positive there. For the loss, looks like that's 11 3/4. So let me bring up my calculator quick. So 4 contracts, 11.75. That brings my losing contracts to 20. And my new loss to 108. And there we go. Now, the entry for this long is at 21,704.31. We'll say 25. Hopefully I don't get burned on this one too, since we're still kind of in this choppy mess of a delta. Come on, market. We need to put a winner on the board here. It's been too long. Our ATR is still pretty darn low. It's only at a 33. It's almost borderline like too low. My line in the sand is like a 25. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What just happened? Well, I got a full stop on that one. Ay, ay, ay. What did he say? Well, I'm underwater now. After that one. That candle just came out of nowhere. And you know, if you're looking at the delta, like I said, I feel like I was kind of forcing trades here. The delta's under the confirmation line. I should have been looking for shorts. I should have waited for this tick down right here in the red zone. That was it. So I kind of sabotaged myself on that one. Back down to VWAP. We just took out this swing low. Man, we're falling pretty hard now. Something just kicked into gear. Whoa, now we're getting a push up. What is happening? Now the ATR is back at a 65. Well, I got double whammied on those last two. That kind of sucks. If you just look at the indicator though today, look how nasty it is. Got all of this chop in here, all of this chop down here. When you see that, you're asking for trouble if you're trying to trade that. Well, let's see if we actually waited on that and were more patient, did what we were supposed to do. Let's see if we would have won on this one here. So there's the tick down from the red zone, delta under the confirmation line. And there's our 80 ticks. So it would have taken 2 off there. There's our 125. It would have taken the third off there. And we'd have a runner that we would have probably pulled the plug on this higher low here at 1127. That would have been more break even. So 3 contracts would have won on that one. Yeah, I kind of got hammered in this zone right here. Price just was not doing anything. From a volume perspective, it is very low volume today compared to other days. That would explain some of it. I got to run out and try to start the truck to bring my daughter to hockey, so I'll be right back. I don't even know if it's going to start out there. It's so cold. Be right back. Well, I don't know if I'm going to get another trade in here today. We'll see. Looks like I should have stopped a long time ago. Still not down all that much. Looks like down about $124. Not too bad. Got Bitcoin pushing down again. Put in a lower high. That was a potential short. Happened pretty quick. Delta's still under the confirmation line. I was waiting for it to get back in the power zone, but it never made it there. And Delta was actually moving up fairly strong, and then it just abruptly started to turn back down. Let's see if that would have been a winner on this lower high. There's 80 ticks. Not quite 125. So would have at least taken half off the table. You know, there must be some really low volume because the spread is like wider than normal too. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get a trade in here at the end of the day. I got to go here in a couple minutes. So, well, I thought today would be a little bit better of a day than it was. It was this little block right here that really kind of, that's what screwed up my day. I was positive until that point. So, but tomorrow's another day. Hopefully tomorrow's better than today, and we'll continue this new take profit method and see how we do the rest of the week. All right. Well, take care, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you later.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta's skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's not golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through. You know, then hope and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that life is good. I'm my happy Delta, skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall. No weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're aboard. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those big moves, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it